Right. Call to order. The governing board meeting is called to order at 5:01. Please stand for the flag salute. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Roll call. Let the record reflect that all members of the governing board are present. All members of administration are also present. Approval of agenda. It is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the November 13th governing board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Chong. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion motion passes 5-0. Approval of the minutes. Approval of the October 9th regular meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll motion.
Thank you, trustee Farah. And second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Brenda. And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and motion it passes 5-1.
5-0.
Pardon, 5-0. Thank you. Governing board comments. All right, let's start with you.
All right. Welcome to everybody. Good to see all the community and students out here and teachers. Bonaparte Middle School is presenting today. I'm really excited to hear about the greatness of Bonaparte Middle School. I would say that our middle school has the most unique opportunities that they offer, and I would put it against any other middle school in the county, from woodshop, avid, horticulture, percussion, CAD, robotics. I mean, you name it. Our schools have the opportunity for that, and it's rare. We're small. Like we always say, we're small but mighty, and our middle school represents that. And I'm really excited here because our elective programs are pretty amazing, not to mention all other academic programs. But I do want to call that out. And I'm really excited and welcome everyone here for that, and really excited to hear about you guys today. I was able to visit Beatty earlier. It's 1 month. It gives us like a lot of stuff to think about, and I forget whatever we did, but I was able to go early in the month to Beatty, and we'll give a shout out to Miss Bogart and the 6th grade team. They put on this thing called the Hatchet Games, and it was really cool to receive the authentic experience and the connectedness you put with reading and putting it to like real life connections for the students, and the challenging academic rigor you could put to a book. So I want to give a shout out to the Beatty team for that, and thanking them to inviting us to be able, or me to be able to see that. So I want to give her a shout out for that. And a shout out was also to Miss Kristen Kim, this year's this year's teacher of the year. I always get confused by how that works, but we got to recognize all the teachers of the years in the county, and we were able to celebrate Miss Kim representing our district and the amazing thing she does as one of our great teachers in our district. And then I know in our fight report, we had a speech and debate tournament, and we did really well, I heard, and we got several medals we got to bring back. And so I want to give a kudos to all our young speech and debaters, something I'm not good at, but they're very good at, which is awesome. And last thing, was able to go to a OCCSBA event with several of our cabinet and a couple of board members. And the message there was about how to communicate and bridge the gap with kind of the craziness that the world's going through, how to communicate and how to really connect with people, starting with trust, collaboration, and respect. And I think that's something that we constantly need to be reminded of, because it's easy to forget in this difficult time. So that was a really good message for us to hear, and we're kind of excited, hopefully, to build on that and build that message across our campuses and across our district. So that was the main stuff, and that's my report for today.
Thank you, trustee Chung. Trustee Estrada?
Hello, I just wanted to give a big thank you for all the Bonaparte Middle School staff, family, students for being here today. And I look forward to hearing all about the amazing stuff going on at Bonaparte Middle School. I mean, it does hold a special place in my heart. And I know that from prior experience, it is an amazing school. And I know that all staff and all teachers really do their best to really help our students grow and to be the best that they can be. I also wanted to say congratulations to our wonderful speech and debate tournament team. I mean, they did amazing. I heard they got 4th and 5th place, and I just want to say congratulations, and you guys did an amazing job. I'm also looking forward to hearing from Buena Park Middle School's STEM sailing experience that they will be going to this Saturday alongside Dr. Lee. I know STEM is really an amazing and integral part of Buena Park Middle School, and I can't wait to hear how it goes. And I just wanted to go ahead and wish everyone a wonderful and amazing Thanksgiving break, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. Trustee Cortez.
Thank you, President Shed. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see all of our students, families, and community partners joining us for tonight's meeting. I'd like to start off by the observance of Veterans Day. I want to thank all the veterans that have served and their families that supported those veterans through those years, and because of them, we do what we do, and we are able to provide our civic duties and enjoy the quality of life because of them. So once again, thank you to all the armed service members that have served in the military. Thank you for that. Our district has had a tremendous notable highlights. One I'd like to highlight is Pendleton's IB candidacy interviews that took place a few weeks ago. That was a whole community interview. That was teachers, students, parents, board members that participated in that interview. And Principal Leota did a great job, and staff members putting it all together, making sure that it went well. So kudos to Pendleton and all the Pendleton community for going through that process, because it's a very rigorous process. It's just not from day to day. It's been 2 to 3 years already that's been in the process. So kudos to them. Also attended the Orange County School Board Association dinner. The theme was perfect, Bridge the Gap, which takes part of what we're trying to do here, building bridges with our theme for this school year. So that was a perfect theme that went alongside of it. Also, congratulations to Ms. Cam at Beatty for being nominated for Teacher of the Year. Celebrating with her and her family is amazing. And every year that we go, it's always great to celebrate our own teachers at that event. Also want to recognize Officer Gedner, Sandra Teles, Dale Caruda, and the Elks for their community support. Because of you guys, our district is able to do a lot of wonderful things because of the commitment and the work that we do with each other, alongside each other in the city of Buena Park. So thank you for that. And then lastly, I look forward to hearing all about the great stuff at the Buena Park Middle School. Like Mr. Chong said, we have a plethora of electives that our students can do, but it's an amazing place to be. So I look forward to hearing a lot more from them. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, trustee Cortez, and trustee Ahmad.
Thank you. I'd like to say hi to everyone. Welcome all our Buena Park Middle School staff and families. Like Ms. Estrada said, it actually does hold a special place in my heart too. My children graduated from there, and they speak about those years being from their best years of school. They still connect with their teachers there. They learned so much, and it built so much of their character that I'm really grateful for it. And I can't wait to hear all the great things that are happening now. I'd also like to welcome our guests today. It's so nice to see a lot of familiar faces, and I'm so glad that you're here. I wanted to welcome you all. This month, I was able to be part of the IB candidacy interviews with Ms. Shed, which was a great experience. I've never done it before, but I'm hoping that we did well. I don't know, did you hear anything, Dr. Lee? No, okay. It was pretty stressful, I thought, for a while, but I think the staff there was great. They had everything, ready, and they did a great job on their end. So I'm really hopeful, and I think it went well. I also wanted to thank our staff for speech and debate. I want to thank the kids that actually went out there and did it, because it was my first time attending, and just the nerves and how seeing them prepare for it, it was so great. It was a great thing to see how these kids put themselves out there. But I also want to thank the staff, because it takes a lot of time. Just training them and giving them, each student has their notes and what they need to do. So I want to thank all our teachers and staff that help put that together. I want to wish our swords team good luck for their next intercession that's coming up next week. I know those events take a lot of planning too. So thank you for offering that for the students of our district, and I just want to wish them good luck. And Thanksgiving is coming up. November has always been the month of, being thankful. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to really thank every single staff member in our district, classified staff, certificated, our administration, our board. I think sometimes we take it for granted, how good we have it. We just have such a great group of people here working at this district. And I feel very, very blessed to have my kids here, to work here, and just know so many good people. And we're really lucky that we have that for our kids, because you can see around the world that not everyone has that. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone. And that's it for me.
Thank you. And I want to just echo that. I am very thankful to be a part of this district also. We have so many wonderful people, because the people are who make the district, our families, our staff, I mean, the kids, everybody. And being a director on school board association, I see all these different counties, or I should say all these different districts in Orange County, and I hear so many complaints. So I'm very thankful for who we have here in our district, everybody. So welcome to Buena Park Middle School. I also have a graduate from there, so it holds a special part in my heart too. And welcome to our community partners. We really appreciate all the work that you've done to help us and support us. And for what I did this month, on the 11th, I went to the Buena Park Collaborative and saw Madeline. I saw there's Madeline do a great presentation on our district and all the resources that she has to offer to the families and students of Buena Park. So kudos to her for that. On the 16th, I went to a Gilbert staff meeting with Principal Chavez and Dr. Lee, and saw the great input of the teachers there. On the 18th, I also attended the CSBA Joint AXA dinner meeting. And again, working on communication helps us to just be better collaborators together. And on the 19th, I went to Whitaker's fundraiser at Chuck E. Cheese. And that was fun. The principal and PTA, everybody was there. And the parents were coming in and the kids were having so much fun. It was great to talk with the teachers on a casual basis. On the 23rd, Trustee Ahmad and I were interviewed by the IB program. And I hope we showed how much we were interested in having Pendleton be a part of that program. On the 23rd, I also joined Dr. Lee and Madeline again to visit Senator Josh Newman, who is the chairman of the Education Committee. We got to talk to him about our priorities here in Buena Park. And it's important for educators to talk to legislators, because they're the ones who make so many decisions that affect us directly. On the 27th, I went to the Burlington Coat Factory ribbon cutting, and it was part of their Adopt a Classroom program. And that was exciting. They're in the mall, so I'm sure they would love all of our business. We also let them know, or Dr. Lee let them know, that we have other school districts in Buena Park. And then on the November 6th, I went to the Buena Park Middle School staff meeting, and I was amazed at how much they got done in an hour and a half. It was a lot of collaboration, and it was just efficiently run. I know when I was a teacher, sometimes the principal did all the talking, and we said, oh boy, more stuff for us to be responsible for. We just added to our list. But this was a very collaborative meeting, so I was really happy to see that. On the 11th, the 6th, I went to the Teacher of the Year dinner and to honor Kristen Kim, and so we were just so proud of her. And on the 7th, I was at Whitaker. The Clemson team was there visiting, and they had mathematical leaders who were exceptional, and they were observing our students at Whitaker. And I was in a kindergarten observation. And what was so, it was great to see what the kids were doing, but it was also great to see the post-talk conversation that she had with the teachers. And she also had pre-teachers that she brought. She brought a team with her. And she was so excited about how well our kids were doing. And it was so impressive to see someone with so much math knowledge who is devoting her life to children, because you know that in the corporate world, she could make so much more money. So I was just really impressed with her expertise and her care for kids. And on the 8th, I went to see Buena Park Middle School Choir sing at the Veterans Luncheon. At the Ehlers Center. And so I was so proud of them. They had such poise and professionalism. They did our school proud. And so that's it for me. And Dr. Lee.
Good evening, Buena Park Middle School families. Welcome. I want to also welcome our special guests tonight, our community partners, and welcome to the Buena Park School District staff. It is amazing to sit up here and now look out in the audience and know names to faces. I just have a couple of highlights to add on to the wonderful month that I experienced with board members together, and just the opportunities that lent itself to sit in classrooms. I actually sat, poor teachers, 20 minutes in her class as she did her class morning meeting and as she did her celebrations for writers workshop. I was in seventh heaven, just listening to students be able to do some reflection on their writing, but to give compliments. They learned about how to give compliments. I want to start off by also thanking and recognizing parents, staff, teachers, community partners, principals, administration for your support with Red Ribbon Week. In my site visits, I was able to see just fun activities and spirit days to increase awareness about drug prevention, but also promote a drug-free lifestyle. And so that was amazing that all schools were on the same page with a unified front on that. But just to see the fun with that week was amazing too. I wanted to add on to the adopted classroom. Yes, Burlington Coat Factory is now open at the Buena Park Mall. And the reason for that shout out is because they also contributed $5,000 to Pendleton in their classrooms and for their classrooms. And so Principal Leota was able to join us and to receive a big check. We know that's not the real thing, but it just looks great in pictures. I want to give a shout out to our after school SORAS programs and a huge shout out to Sari Huang. She graciously took me around to see our after school programs. You saw happy faces after school hours, and I know kids are exhausted too, right? But we are offering so much in terms of not just the fun and engagement after school, but the care, my golly, the care from our staff. So in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club and Cal State Fullerton, we offer for a plethora of choices after school. And so if any information on after school programs, if you're hearing us out there, please contact Director Huang and she can give you more information. The steak fry at Tanaka Farms, my golly. So I was able to do a triple date with Dr. Cantu, her husband, and the Beckelheimer couple. We had Principal Beckelheimer and Mary Beckelheimer with us, and we were there to celebrate our agriculture team at Buena Park Middle School, and Shelly Andros is amazing. It was through I want to get it right, the Orange County Farm Bureau, and we were there at a fundraiser. But we saw our kids in action. They were leaders. They were there talking to adults, telling them about our program, helping facilitate conversations, as well as selling raffle tickets and getting the funds to support actually the amazing program over at Buena Park Middle School. That was just a very fun time we had. Speech and debate tournaments, two back-to-back on a Saturday. So just kudos to our speech and debaters, but to our teacher coaches. Both Saturdays were extremely hot and there was no shade. And we sat there through the award ceremony, just cheering as loud as we could for our teams. And not only did our students show perseverance, they showed resilience, they showed strength and stamina as they were going through a whole day of competing. We walked out of there with medals, with accolades, with a sweepstakes for small and middle schools, 4th and 5th place. So it's an amazing and large competition. So it was a huge win for Buena Park. I want to add to the Veterans Day lunch at the Senior Center. It was just a spotlight on our middle school, Buena Park Middle School choir. Amazing. I was blown away. I sent Jay a text right away to say, this is just advanced, top level quality in terms of gifted and talentedness from our students. So just a huge shout out to our student team, our lead for choir. But in addition to, we were able to celebrate Mike Magbu. He served at the for the U.S. Army and is a veteran. And so we were just able to have a luncheon recognizing one of our very own. California Mathematics Council. How many know what CMC is? Right? In the education world, it's a pretty big deal. It was a conference in Palm Springs, and we had a team from Whitaker, including Principal Williamson, attend to present to our professional colleagues. We are just so proud of their efforts and accomplishments to showcase their achievement. And to top it all off, they got a visit from Angela Taru. And to piggyback what President Shedd said, she's one of the co-authors of Choral Counting and Counting Collections. She's pretty known in the CGI world, and she was there at Whitaker to see what our kids were up to. And there were other professionals in the room taking lots of notes. I tried my best not to fangirl. She did sign my book, but it was an amazing, amazing opportunity not only to meet a professional in the field, but to see what the magic that everyone's talking about that's happening at Whitaker in the classrooms. Thank you to Principal Williamson for that invitation. And just to top it all off, you can tell a lot of happiness and to report this month is the Teacher of the Year banquet. Just I want to echo the congratulations to Mrs. Kim from Beatty. It was nice to have a dinner with her family, her two sons, and her husband, Gil Kim, who is also serving as interim principal at Emory. So it was a beautiful night, and it just ended our month in such a happy note. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. That brings us to programs and reports. So Dr. Lee.
Yes, our Chief Financial Officer, Sandy Poteet, will introduce our special guest for a presentation.
Thank you and good evening. I'd like to present Dr. McLarney from True North Research and Jason Chung from Fieldman Roloff. They're going to give us an update on the bond feasibility survey that was done.
Thank you, Sandra. Good evening, members of the board. Tim McLarney, President True North. We're a firm that over the last 20 years has specialized in working with school districts around the state and other types of public agencies and using surveys to help them develop a statistically reliable understanding of the communities and the customers that they serve. Over the past 21 years, we've worked on over 1,200 research studies for public agencies, and about half of the research we're doing these days is what we call revenue measure feasibility studies, like what we'll be talking about here tonight, where the goal is to understand if it's feasible to move forward with some type of bond or parcel tax measure, for example, and if it is feasible, to determine how might you go about structuring that measure in a way that is consistent with the type of measure that your community is interested in supporting. We've had a lot of success over the years helping clients ultimately understand their communities better and pass these types of measures, and it includes working with the district back on your prior to bond measures. I think it's Measure R and Measure Z from 2016. So we had the privilege of doing that timing as well. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Measure R, Measure Z is my next meeting this evening. I have two double up, and I grabbed this note and I went, oh my gosh, that's not sounding right. But we did work with you on your last successful bond. It just wasn't Measure R, Measure Z. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so before we jump into the results, helpful to take a quick moment to review both the purpose and the methodology of the study. In terms of the purpose, I see these studies as really trying to address these three overarching bullets you see here on the slide. The first is just to answer that basic question of is it feasible? And what I mean by that is if you as a board were to choose to place a measure on a ballot in 2024, does it have a reasonable chance of success? The answer to that question isn't always yes. Sometimes we do these types of studies, and when you get the numbers back, there's really no clear path to get you from where you are today to where you would need to be viable, to have a reasonable shot of success on election day. And if that's the case, I'd be the first person to tell you that. I don't think that the board would want to invest the effort, the administration would want to invest the effort, or the community would want to invest the effort in a process that really doesn't have a reasonable chance of resulting in a successful measure. When we do find feasibility, that second bullet kicks in, trying to understand how might you go about structuring this measure in a way that it's consistent with the type of measure that your community is interested in supporting. There's a lot of components to a bond package. There's the project list, right? What are you gonna spend the money on if it's successful? There's the price tag, sort of the overall bond amount, the underlying tax rate. There's questions about election timing. There's lots of sort of decisions that you as a board will have to ultimately make in order to prepare a measure for ballot that the survey can help guide. And then lastly, the survey is really an opportunity to understand the role of information in helping your voters come to a well-informed decision about this proposal. And I'm a big proponent that if a public agency is going to take the step of putting a measure on the ballot and asking voters to make a decision about that measure, it's really incumbent upon that agency to inform voters about the decision you're asking them to make, right? You're not advocating up or down, vote yes, vote no. You're just simply giving voters the information, the background information they need to make a well-informed decision. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of the methodology or how we went about conducting the study, we're using an approach that we use in all of our revenue measure studies. The first thing you want to think about is what election date might you put this measure on? You have two opportunities in 2024. That's that November turnout where the presidential general election, that's going to be a very high turnout election. And then nested within that November election, you have a group of voters that are also what we call March 2024 primary voters. So they're not only going to show up in November, they're disciplined voters are going to show up in March and cast ballots there. We looked at both of those environments for the district, and we use a process called stratified and clustered random sampling, which I can get into the details if you like, but suffice to say that it guarantees that at the end of our data collection process, we have a sample of likely November and likely March voters that are representative of your community on all the dimensions that we know are related to what sort of drive people's voting behavior when it comes to bond measures. So things like age, gender, partisanship, household party type, not just the partisanship of the respondent, but the partisanship of the people they live with. It's actually one of the strongest predictors of how people tend to vote on these types of measures. So we make sure that that balance of variables in our sample matches the larger likely November universe. So from there, we offered folks, or recruited folks using 3 different methods. We reached out by email, text, as well as telephone calls. Everything was PIN protected so that only those individuals that we had randomly sampled could access the site. They could take the survey one time. They had the option of doing it either by telephone or online and in English or Korean. And we completed a total of 300 interviews with our random sample. Now, if you have a random sample of 300, what that allows us to do is be 95% confident that the results of the survey are within plus or minus 5.6% of what we would have found had we spoken with all of your likely voters. So that's your margin of error. Next slide, please. Okay, so on to the results. This first slide shows the results of the importance of issues question, where for each of the issues you see there on the left side of the slide, we simply asked respondents to tell us how important is this issue to you? Is it extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not at all important? We like to start with this question because it's a nice warm-up, just kind of gets voters thinking about local issues, but it's also an opportunity for us to understand how the topic of education stacks up against some of these other issues that also compete for tax dollars. And in particular, how does the topic of improving the quality of education in local schools stack up against the issue of preventing local tax increases? Rough rule of thumb, but it makes a lot of sense. The more importance they place on education relative to that issue of preventing local tax increases, the better position you are to move forward with some type of bond measure. And what we see here is the #1 issue in the community was in fact improving the quality of education in local schools. You had 89% of respondents tell us that was extremely and very important, followed closely by reducing crime and gang activity and then improving the local economy. You go all the way to the bottom, you see preventing local tax increases at 62%. There's about a 27-point gap there. That's a somewhat larger gap than what we've been seeing in most communities that we've been doing surveys for related to bond measures. And so what that tells us is relative to the typical community, your voters place a bit more emphasis and importance on improving the quality of education in schools relative to that issue of preventing local tax increases. One other quick thing I'll point out is if you look right above that, sort of the #2 on that list, from the bottom, the repairing and upgrading aging school facilities comes in above preventing local tax increases at 72%, but it's well below that top item of improving the quality of education in local schools, which checked in at 89%. I point that out because that pattern always happens. And the reason I'm pointing out is because it's a healthy reminder that although bonds are about facilities, right? They're about making improvements to your classrooms, your buildings, your roofs, your infrastructure. At the end of the day, when it comes to education, voters don't care so much about buildings as they care about what happens inside those buildings. And so it's always a good idea as you move forward with the bond program that you're sort of connecting the dots between what it is we're building or fixing or improving but why that ultimately matters to your core mission in educating students. Okay, next slide, please. So after that warm-up question, we get right down to business with what we call the initial ballot test. And the idea here is before we get any deeper into the interview and we start talking in more detail about the possible tax rates that could be associated with your measure, we start conveying more details about the projects that could be funded as well as arguments pro and con. We want to present to respondents a mock-up of what we think that 75-word ballot statement could look like and get their reaction. The initial ballot test is a really good gauge of where your voters are at on the natural with respect to this proposal because we haven't presented them with any additional information beyond what you see here. And so that's the 75-word ballot statement we tested. And on the next slide are the results. Next slide, please. Okay, so at that initial ballot test, we had 67% of likely voters say that they would support this proposal. You had 21% who were opposed. You had about 12% who were unsure. In the state of California, for a Prop 39 bond to be successful, you need 55% support to pass that. So right out of the gates here, we're about 12 points above that 55% threshold that you need to be successful. I can tell you I've been doing this work for a lot of districts around the state, and that's a really good number. I don't have a lot of districts that are on their initial ballot test checking in at 67%. So that shows a lot of community support. Next slide, please. Now, naturally, support for these types of measures can depend on the price tag, right? The more expensive this is to respondents, all of the things being equal, the lower the level of support you can expect. And so one of the goals of the survey was to make it clear that bonds mean taxes. Be very clear about that, just in case they somehow didn't get that out of the 75-word ballot statement, but also to kind of test how we talk about the tax rate and the tax implications of the bond in a couple of different ways. So we understand just sort of how sensitive your community is to different potential price tags that could be associated with the measure. So on this first slide, what we're doing is we're showing 3 different tax rates that we tested: $30 for 100,000 assessed valuation, $24 and $20, with the idea being that as you alter that tax rate, how does that impact support for the proposal? One of the things you'll notice right away is support ticks down quite a bit from where we were at the initial ballot test the moment you sort of put the blinders on someone and focus their attention on the price tag. That always happens. But what we see is we do see a little bit of tax rate sensitivity at the $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate. We had 44% support. As you knock that down all the way down to the $20 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate, it checks into 55. We know this is a conservative read on support for your proposal for 2 reasons. One, the blinders, right? Anytime you kind of take somebody's attention, you focus on the price tag and you don't talk about the things that you're actually going to do with the money in terms of your facilities, it tends to lower support. The other reason is because when I say, you know, this measure, if passed, would increase the property taxes on your home by $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation, you need to know what assessed valuation means. You need to have some estimate of what the AV is for your property, and you have to be able to do math really fast in your head in the space of an interview. And naturally, not everybody's good at that. And so what happens on this slide is that certain respondents will hedge. They'll say no or not sure, when if they understood the actual price tag, they'd be a yes. And we know that because on the next slide, please, we come at it a different way. Say, all right, let me put it another way. If you knew that this measure would cost the typical homeowner $129 per year, would you vote yes or no? The $129 per year is the $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate multiplied times the median AV for a residential property in your district. So it's what that middle property owner would pay. That's how you get to $129 per year. And what you find is that the moment you do the math for folks and you put the tax implications in sort of an easy to understand number, you get actually a much more positive reaction. And so at the $129 mark, we have 57% support. On the right side, if you analyze the $20 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate, that nets up to about $86 per year. And at $86 per year, we had 65% support from your property owners. So all of this information is just information that will help the board. You choose to move forward with the measure, kind of answer that basic question of what's the appropriate price tag for our community and where can we stay in their comfort zone. Okay, next slide, please. So after the tax rates, we get into the projects and improvements section. The idea of this section is really twofold. One is we're going to start to educate respondents more about what your measure will accomplish. Up to this point, we only had that 75-word ballot statement, and you can only say so much with 75 words. Here we get to unpack your bond measure into all the different projects you see here on the slide. And in that way, we're giving respondents a better idea of what this bond measure is about. The other thing it allows us to do is understand of all the ways you could conceivably spend the money, how do voters feel about these items and which ultimately of these projects sort of rise to the top of the list as far as their priorities. The thing that really jumps off the page for this slide is that even the lowest rated item of what we tested had 78% of respondents say that they would favor spending some of the money on that item. And so everything you're thinking about funding with this bond is popular. But if you look towards the top of the list, sort of the top 5, you see a very common combination of things. You see emphasis on STEM. There's a lot of interest from voters on STEM related improvements. You see items that are really about bringing your older facilities up to new school standards in terms of basic repairs like roofs and plumbing and electrical, as well as bringing them up to sort of current safety and building codes and ADA access. You see interest in instructional technology, and you also see interest in safety and security. So making sure your schools are up to speed in terms of those safety and security improvements. So, but again, everything on that we tested was popular. Now, next slide, please. If the board chooses to move forward with a measure in 2024, you're going to have an election cycle. And during that election cycle, you'll have a lot of discussion and debate in the community about your proposal. You might have a group of folks who want to be advocates for this measure. Will go out and talk to their neighbors and friends and talk about all the reasons why this is needed and why they should vote yes. You could also get some opposition, right? You get some folks who step up, say, this is a bad idea and we shouldn't be doing it. For this survey to be a reliable gauge of the feasibility of your bond measure, we need to understand not only where are voters on the natural, which was that initial ballot test, but what happens after they hear the types of discussion and debate that they're going to occur during an election cycle. And so to do that, we sort of simulate both positive and negative arguments in the space of the poll. Shown here on this slide are the positive arguments we tested. And what you see is a lot of these positive arguments resonate with your community. They've got 70+% of respondents say that's at least a somewhat convincing reason to support the measure. At the top, though, you're seeing kind of here again, an emphasis on STEM. You're seeing an emphasis on student safety and security. And then the third one down just sort of reminds them of the connection between having good schools and good property values in the community. And so those are the positive arguments we tested. Now, after the positive arguments, voters heard a lot more about your proposal than they did initially. We talked in detail about the tax rates that could be associated with the measure. That's kind of a wet blanket to cool support down. But we had a chance to then come back, explain more about what this measure would accomplish in terms of projects and improvements. We conveyed positive arguments. And so we circle back on the next slide with what we call the interim ballot test, where we present them that same 75-word ballot statement to see where they land. And you can see at this point, we're up at 74% support for your bond measure. That is a full 19 points above the 55% threshold that you need to be successful. And then on the next slide, we get to the negatives. And the idea behind the negatives is I'm going to pepper a respondent with a series of arguments against this proposal to try and persuade them to vote no. And the reason we do this is we want to know that should you go out into 2024 and put a measure on the ballot, should you get opposition, we want to have a realistic understanding kind of how that experience might ultimately impact voter support for your proposal. So we convey a series of negative arguments, which you see here, and some of them do get some traction. The real question though is what happens afterwards, and that's the next slide. And that's our final ballot test. So after we convey a series of negative arguments, you see that those negative arguments cool us down about 9 points, right? So that's a significant hit. However, we're still landing at 65% support at that final ballot test. Again, that's a full 10 points above the 55% threshold that a Prop 39 bond needs to be successful. So I've got just a couple of wrap-up slides for you on the next one. So what does all this mean? I'm going to circle back first to that overarching question I mentioned at the outset as the main motivator for why you do this type of work, which is to understand, is it feasible, right? If you as a board were to choose to place this measure on a ballot in 2024, does it have a reasonable chance of success? The answer to that question is clearly yes, with your poll numbers. A lot of the things that we want to see in place for a measure to have a reasonable chance of success, we are seeing here. We saw that voters ranked improving the quality of education in the community as the #1 issue, right? Well above all these other issues that compete for tax dollars and well above that issue preventing local tax increases. With just the 75-word ballot statement, we found that natural support for the measure checked in at 67%. Again, I've not seen very many polls this cycle for school bonds around the state where your initial ballot test is checking in at 2/3. all the improvements and the projects that you're thinking about funding with this bond were popular. Those positive arguments resonated and got traction with voters. And importantly, at each point in the poll, where we sort of checked back in with the respondent, we said, now that you've heard more about this proposal, where do you stand? All of those ballot tests were at least 10 points above the 55% threshold you need for success. And so, do I think these numbers mean you've got a reasonable chance of success in 2024? Yes, I think you have a very good chance of success in 2024 if you sort of proceed forward and do the things you need to do. That said, there's always some challenges that pop out of research like this. We did see the tax rate sensitivity in here. We saw that there was some receptiveness to those opposition arguments that we tested. High propensity voters, these are voters who are not only going to show up in March, they're going to show up in November. These are the disciplined voters. They do their homework. They check all the boxes on the ballot. They were a little bit less supportive at 4%. And then obviously we're a year away from November 2024. As much as I'd love to be able to say that surveys like this are a crystal ball, right? Looking forward to election day, saying you're going to get 67% on election day. The reality is, a survey like this is a snapshot in time, right? It's telling you kind of where you are today, a good understanding of how your voters respond to the types of information that will likely come out during an election cycle. But ultimately, what dictates what happens on election day isn't what your poll says today. It's everything that happens from this point forward, right? And so that's just a reminder that, we've got to make smart decisions about the proposal you put in front of your voters. So it's a well-aligned type of proposal they said they're interested in supporting. And then you got to put the work in terms of communication. And on the next slide, I think I've pretty much covered these bullets there. A couple quick recommendations. You have an option on March 24 or November 24. A little late to get going on March, right? And it's fast track. So I would be thinking towards November, gives you more time to prepare. In terms of tax rate, you don't have to make that decision today. You don't have to make that decision for quite a while, but it's always important to just keep it affordable. Make sure it's within your voters' comfort zone. And it's going to be important as you move forward that you start to engage more with the community about, what your facility needs are moving forward and how a bond like this might be a solution. This is really the beginning of the conversation. It's not the end of the conversation. So with that, I end my presentation, and if there are any questions from the board, I'd be happy to address it.
I did have one question on slide 3. How you were able to share, how the voters were able to share their opinions. I see that you used English and Korean.
Correct.
But no Spanish.
Not on, let me double check. But sometimes I miss something on my bullets there in terms of languages. Korean. Yeah, so what we do is we look at the voter file, the likely voter file for your community, and you can see not just ethnicity flags, you can see language there, like what percentage of your voters are requesting in language ballot materials. And if it's not above a certain percentage, what you know is it doesn't make sense to translate into that language, because whether you do or you don't, you're going to get essentially the same answers in the poll, because it's such a small percentage of your likely voter universe that are linguistically isolated Spanish speakers, right? Whereas on the Korean side, we saw more of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I
We
appreciate
appreciate
your
that.
time.
Right. Next up, we have our community partnership recognitions. And so we're going to call out, do a shout out for 4 community organizations, but really it's to highlight the faces behind the good work. First, we have Michelle Striley. Michelle Striley is a trustee for the Buena Parks Elks Lodge. She is also a resident and a small business owner in our community. In August, the Elks donated over $3,500 worth of backpacks, school supplies, and playground equipment to our sites. Along with the donation, Mrs. Striley accompanied Director Morrison to each of the schools to deliver the items and witnessed firsthand the smiles of the students as they had wide smiles on their faces and the heartfelt appreciation expressed from the staff. Additionally, Mrs. Striley is serving as a member of our newly formed Community School Steering Committee. Currently, the Buena Parks Elks Lodge is sponsoring a Say No to Drugs essay, poster, and video contest for our students to participate in. We look forward to our continued partnership with Ms. Striley and the Buena Parks Elks Lodge, and we thank them for their generosity and support to our students. Do you have anything to add? You wouldn't mind coming up, we're gonna do a photo op right here in the front, and we're gonna present you with a very special gift. Okay, next, we have Mr. Dale Carrada, a community service supervisor for the city of Buena Park. He has been a longtime community partner with the Buena Park School District. Mr. Carrada has been an instrumental partner for several events with the Buena Park School District. One, namely the Buena Park Middle School Gym built in 2008, and the Whitaker Park project that started construction in 2023. There are two large joint projects that we have with the city and with the district. Mr. Carrada was a very instrumental in supporting the district and coordinating both those projects. And most recently, he served as a principal for a day at Whitaker Elementary School. And in addition, we want to give a shout out to those who are in early conversation with the city. Rick Holash, I know, former assistant soup at our district side, was in early conversations. So we just want to acknowledge that it takes more than just one conversation to put together a very large project like that. Next, we have Sandra. Sandra's commitment to education at Telus, am I saying your last name right? Telus, Ms. Telus, and her commitment to education and the well-being of our students is truly commendable. Her support comes in many forms, such as generous donations to Whitaker School's special education program and the pizza parties for the students who attend the Read With Me program each summer. Such partnerships between Sandra Telus of Premier Chevrolet and the Buena Park School District are crucial in fostering a supportive and enriching learning environment. And I want to also add a heartfelt thank you from Leslie Milch and Barbara Michaels. They texted me today if I wouldn't mind relaying just a heartfelt gratitude from them as well. And Darwa. And last but not least, we have Officer George Gettner. He has been our district's school resource officer, or an SRO, for 4 years, and he's been with the Buena Park Police Department for over 18 years. Officer Gettner enjoys holding his position as an SRO, and his favorite things about it are helping and guiding students and assisting staff members. Recently, he took part in a safety articulation meeting with our district held at the Buena Park, with the Buena Park High School and members from the gang unit for the Buena Park Police Department. It was a beneficial opportunity to collaborate, and we look forward to another meeting together in the spring. Officer Gettner is well known for being around the campuses, and we appreciate his passion for the position and the support that he and Buena Park Police Department has to offer. Yeah, all of us go and then take a picture of the community partners. Just to take a picture. I call you on my speed dial. Right. Thank you for being so patient. Next up, we have the Buena Park Middle School presentation, and I am honored to introduce a leader that does not need an introduction in our district. Here to present is Principal Beckheimer.
I'm nervous, so they gotta be up here for a little emotional support, right? Thank you, ladies, for the help. Wow, it's a little hard to compete with the bond initiative and all that other exciting stuff that's going on. I've already got some prompts from some of my parents who said they guarantee they're gonna give me the hook when I start talking too much. Mostly I'm gonna let the kids do the talking today. And I am excited to tell you about the fantastic things that are happening at the best place on earth. Okay, so the first slide says Buena Park Middle School Board presentation, and here it is. Mr. Magbu, next slide, please. Here is our mission and our vision. The teachers and students and parents and community partners all live this, even if they can't tell you every word about it. But we're there to educate and motivate, inspire each other. Right? Okay. Keep prompting me along. You're doing well. Next slide, Mr. Magbu. So I was tasked with the idea of talking about what makes us unique. And you know, I can give you my view, but it'd be one small piece. So during a staff meeting, we created a word cloud. Teachers told us what they thought made us unique. Front and center, there's a greenhouse. There's technology. There's collaborative work. There's school spirit. There's energy. There are teachers. Everybody doing great things. Next slide, Mr. Magbu. I went out and asked parents. The very same thing in the word cloud they created as one of a kind. Staff involvement, parent appreciation, fantastic environment. Students feel safe. That's huge. We're providing a place where parents can send their students and they're feeling great. In addition, our parents are saying that the staff are always smiling. A very good environment, the way you educate. It's reflected in these things that make us unique. They understand what our mission and vision is. Everybody is on target, reaching what we're trying to do. Next slide, Mr. Megler. Back to what the students were saying. They love the education that's being provided to them. They love band and percussion, the music stuff, lunch. How often do you hear that? The good teachers, the people. And that means everybody. And we are happy to provide it and be a part. Next slide, Mr. Magbu. These are a few pictures of some of the wonderful, unique things that we're doing out on campus. Our attendance breakfasts, well attended for those students. We have our percussion team. We have a spotlight that we're going to show you in just a few minutes. We have our face painting. We have all the things that we're doing out there. Next slide, please. We have our student groups represented. Look at that FFA group out there at the barbecue steak fry that you heard about earlier. A fantastic event. Look at all these kids wearing their IDs. Earlier, they mentioned that it's unique, but they all wear them. It's pretty fantastic. Next slide, please. And this is more. Look at that band. Look at these smiles. Look at these kids enjoying the work that they do. Next. I want to tell you about our new art teacher and the beautiful things that are being produced. The black and white pieces that you see on the left were done in just our regular art class. This, in my estimation, is brilliance. You walk into that classroom and you see the work being done, the art being produced, it's incredible. The colored versions, the colorized versions of this up here on our examples, those are all our advanced students. They are moving along a progression, and they have released the artist in themselves. It's been a fantastic journey. Next slide. Now I want to spotlight a fantastic group that we had. The Student Advisory Council, in partnership with OCDE and Mrs. Ripsdale, have been working with students selected by teachers because they represent a diverse group, a cross-section of our kids. They're not necessarily, although some of them are, they're not necessarily the straight A students. They're not necessarily those students that you're going to expect to be always minding, doing exactly what they need to be doing. These students are advocates. They are students that are your typical student across campus. And this Student Advisory Council is giving them voice and giving others voice. The beautiful thing about this Student Advisory Council, we are going to expand its reach into being student ambassadors, campus ambassadors for everything that we do on campus. They are going to be our experts. Now, I'm going to spotlight one student of this group, Angela Espinoza. She is going to tell you a little bit about what her aspirations and hopes are for this wonderful group. I used to don't have to short online. You don't have
to. Hi, my name is Angela Espinoza. I'm a 7th grader. I've been chosen to speak here today as a representative of the Student Advisory Council. One of the 3 elements is leadership. Leadership is important as it gives students opportunities to work together to make change. The second of the elements, advisory. Students get to work closely with BPMS staff and local community partners to advise better health and wellness. In my opinion, out of the 3 elements, student voice is the most important. To me, student voice is very important to me because it allows kind of like a sense of freedom for a lot of these students. They don't have to feel like they're being judged in any way. And student voice is important to me because it helps with it helps with people to help them speak up and speak about how they're feeling and not suffer in silence as long as they have to. As someone who has been suffering with mental health issues for quite a long time, and most people won't believe it if they saw me walking on the street, but student voice helps with expressing their feelings and letting themselves be vulnerable. And vulnerability doesn't always mean predator to prey, but it means to let yourself be open, to let yourself be emotional, to let yourself feel challenged, and to let yourself feel nervous and scared. Because vulnerability, even though we may expect it as a weakness, it is not. It is not a weakness. In fact, it is a strength that we can use to our advantage. This strength is one of the most important things I love about the Student Advisory Council. The Student Advisory Council helps with mental health and wellness. It sheds light on this very, very touchy topic. And it allows all of us to feel welcome and safe in our campus without having to feel judged or criticized about how the way we feel. And student voice helps with people who are usually quiet, are usually secluded, are usually just not there in the spotlight. But once we reach out, I hope to make a difference in all of this, because this is something I'm passionate about, and this is something I want to change and I want to see happen. Even though I might not be there for very long. I only have 8th grade and then I'll be off to high school. But at least those other kids who come into the Buena Park Middle School, I hope they will join the Student Advisory Council, because I want to see change happen in my school. And I don't want anyone else to suffer in silence for long. Thank you.
And you think of a better group of people to represent our students and be our ambassadors? Beautiful. It's very hard for me to go on after that kind of thing. Like, if anybody knows me at all. All right. I talked before about what makes us unique. I could have talked about our nationally recognized FFA program and our new greenhouse going in. I could have talked about our world-class percussion team. I could have talked about millions of other things, but you already know about those. Our strength is that we continue to mine our school for the talent that we have and giving opportunity for students to produce amazing things. Recently, we discovered that among our choir classes, we had enough students who could perform at an advanced level. Miss Lee has been training them, and they recently performed at the Senior Center for Veterans Day, and they will be performing for you today.
Thank you so much.
Among those choir students is one who has been part of FFA and advanced choir. Taylor Smith is going to outline for us the impact these programs have had on us.
Hello and good evening. My name is Taylor Smith. I'm in the 8th grade and very thrilled to be here. I've been nominated to come speak for the student voice. Buena Park Middle School has made a big impact on me. I've met so many new people throughout my years in the middle school. Moving on to important things. This year, I'm attending the FFA Community and Advanced Choir. These two programs have made a big impact on me because I attend very fun field trips and activities with my friends. Recently, I had a field trip last Wednesday. I had bonded with most of my friends, and we all got a little closer. And it wouldn't have been fun without my choir director, Mrs. Lee. I also had an FFA field trip not too long ago. I've met new people and had a lot of fun bonding with my friends. And much closer with my FFA leader, Miss Andros. I would like to send out a special thanks to Miss Lee and Mr. Locke for making my days brighter, Mr. B for making things happen, my wonderful counselor, Miss Rosedale, all of my wonderful teachers, and finally, all my amazing friends and family to be here with me today, to support me. Thank you.
Next slide, please. We couldn't go anywhere without recognizing some of our community partners. We have Project Kinship, we have our Gang Reduction and Intervention Partnership, GRIP, our Outreach Concern, our California Farm Bureau, Straight Talk, WellSpace, the Gary Center. I'm still looking for somebody to write me a big fat check, but I'll talk to you about how to get that to happen. Next slide, please. And now we get to recognize a bunch of other students who are fantastic. When I read your name, please stand up and walk over here to where Dr. Lee is standing. Valeria Ferrari. Isabella Becerra Cordova. Rebecca Esmus. Charlie Raya Torres. Yvette Ornelas. Israel Garcia. And then last but not least, I want to recognize one more student who has been a part of FFA. He's been a part of percussion. He's on the FFA board. Aiden Benavides. And because his certificate is so large, we have it in another warehouse. But we got your name on it. All right. Oh. And any teachers that would like to join us down? Come on. You can put me on the spot, but it's what I do best.
Can everyone take a big step toward the middle? Actually, going right up. This way, then look it over this way. We're condensing. Yeah, fancy. Okay, get back on. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you.
All right, next slide, Mr. Magbu. I know.
I was hearing it.
I want to leave you with one thought. Buena Park Middle School is a hidden gem. We have amazing things going on there. Parents, staff, thank you all for being so patient, waiting to get to our presentation. Students, thanks for everything. Choir, amazing. That's the one thought. We have amazing things. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and for sharing so much about Buena Park Middle School. Parents, if you want to take your children home and celebrate with them, you're free to do that now.
I said, Karen, what happened to Lindsay? She learned some something crying. I was like, I get it. So. Yeah.
15 seconds.
I'm sure than the bar.
That's a gem. Congratulations.
Okay, that brings us to our hearing session. The audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off the agenda. Per board bylaw 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for the public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda should fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. Are there any comments?
At this time, we do not have.
All right, well, thank you. And that takes us straight to the action calendar. Establishment of December 13th as the annual organizational meeting of the Board of Trustees is recommended. It is recommended that Monday, December 13th at 5 o'clock be established as the Buena Park School District Annual Organization Meeting. Dr. Lee?
Yes, Education Code Section 35143 requires that the Board of Trustees hold an annual organizational meeting each year within a prescribed 15-day period during a year in which a regular election for governing board members is conducted. This action item is to notify the public of the date that was established for the organizational meeting of the Board of Trustees per Ed Code.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, trustee Chung. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Pujols. Any discussion? No? All right, without any discussion on the item, we move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. The adoption of resolution number 23-06, resolution to affirm the intent for continued funding of the California Department of Education's California Preschool Program to provide child development services for fiscal year 2024-2025. It is recommended that the governing board adopt resolution number 23-06 to affirm Buena Park School District's intent for continued funding of the California Department of Education's California State Preschool Program within the Buena Park School District. Dr. Lee.
California State Preschool Program, or CSPP contractors that intend to continue services into the next contract year are required to complete and submit a continuing funding application, or a CFA. The state awarded Buena Park School District a contract in the amount of $1,551,949 to operate 6 licensed preschool programs. 1 at Buena Park Learning Center, 1 at Corey School, 1 at Emory School, 1 at Gilbert School, 1 at Pendleton, and 1 at Whitaker School for the 23-24 school year. In support of the CFA, the governing board must adopt a resolution confirming the intent of Buena Park School District to continue with the California State Preschool Program.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. Is there any discussion? All right, with no discussion, we'll move to approve the item with a roll call vote. Trustee Chung?
Yes.
Thank you, trustee Estrada.
Yes.
Trustee Pucho?
Yes.
Trustee Ahmad?
Yes.
All right, yes. And I vote yes, so the motion passes 5-0. Acceptance of the 2023-24 St. Jude Hospital Grant. It is recommended that the governing board accept the hospital grant from St. Jude for the 23-24 school year. Dr. Lee.
Since 2014, St. Jude Hospital has provided grant funding to the Buena Park School District to support student and community health and wellness. The grants were used to fund various school and community initiatives that promote physical activity, water consumption, fruit and vegetable consumption, and education about the district wellness policy. St. Jude Hospital will continue to support the Buena Park School District by providing a grant in the amount from January 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Thank you. Wait, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Chung. All right, without any discussion, we'll move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Now, I'm an aye. That's motion passes 5-0. Authorization to partner with Action for Healthy Kids Nourish Ed and acceptance of the 2023-24 grant funds. It is recommended that the governing board authorize to partner with Action for Healthy Kids Nourish Ed and accept the grant funds. Dr. Lee.
Action for Healthy Kids Nourished Ed grant was created to build the capacity of the district, its schools, and its families to work together to prepare kids to be healthy in body and mind by ensuring access to 3 foundations of lifelong health: optimal nutrition and physical activity, safe and supportive environments, and nurturing adult-child relationships. To promote health and wellness of our students, staff, and families, Action for Healthy Kids, or Nourish Ed, will support Buena Park School District by providing a grant in the amount of $10,000 from October 1st to June 30th of 2024.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Thank you, trustee Estrada. Do I have a second? Trustee Ahmad?
I'll
Thank you.
second.
All right. With no discussion on the item, we will move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval for the agreement with Cal Optima Health's Student and Behavioral Health Incentive Program and the WFD grant. It is recommended that the governing board approve the service agreement for the Student Behavioral Health Incentive Program and the WFD grant. Dr. Lee.
Yes, the Student Behavioral Health Initiative Program, or the SBHIP, is a program that originated from California state law and is intended to address behavioral health access barriers for Medi-Cal students through targeted interventions that increase access to preventative, early intervention, and behavioral health services. The benefit of the Student Behavioral Health Initiative Program improves coordination of student behavioral health services through communication with schools, affiliated programs, managed care programs, behavioral health providers, and the county behavioral health agencies. The Buena Park School District will receive $39,303.06 in funding from OCDE as a member of the Student and Behavioral Health Initiative, or the SBHIP program.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Thank you, trustee Burgess. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. With no discussion, we'll move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of the ratification of the negotiated contract settlement for the 2023-24 school year with the California School Employees Association and its Buena Park Chapter 569 CSEA, and approval of the related AB 1200 disclosure of collective bargaining. It is recommended that the governing board approve the ratification of the negotiated contract settlement for the 2023-24 school year with the California School Employees Association and its Buena Park Chapter 569 CSEA, and approval of the related AB 1200 disclosure of collective bargaining. Dr. Lee.
Yes, Government Code Section 3547.5 requires public school employers to publicly disclose the provisions of all collective bargaining agreements prior to the governing board approval. We ask that the governing board approve the attached tentative agreement for CSEA.
Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Thank you, trustee Chung. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Estrada. No discussion. We'll move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of sales and disposal of surplus or obsolete technology assets. It is recommended that the governing board declare the aforementioned items surplus as described and dispose of them in accordance with the board policy 3270 and education code sections 17545 and 17546. Dr. Lee?
The governing board of any school district may sell any property belonging to the district if the property is not required for school purposes or if it should be disposed of for the purpose of replacement, or if it is unsatisfactory or not suitable for school use. This item is specifically on technology items.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Burgess. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. And no discussion. We'll move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of sale and disposal of surplus or obsolete assets. It is recommended that the governing board declare the aforementioned items surplus as described and dispose of them in accordance with the board policy 3270 and education code sections 17545 and 17546. Dr. Lee?
Similar to the previous item, the governing board may sell any property belonging to the district, and this item is specifically for property such as furniture.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. And a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, trustee Peters. Any discussion? All right, without any discussion, we move to approve the items. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Vote, the motion passes 5-0. That brings us to the discussion calendar. Dr. Lee.
Yes. Our Chief Financial Officer, Sandy Potee, will provide us more information with the cost of insurance.
So we recently sold bonds, and part of the disclosure of selling of the bonds is to disclose the final cost of issuance. So when we brought the item in October, we had estimated that the closing cost would be $411,900. It actually only cost $269,166.84. So it's simply just a notice and disclosure that what the final costs are.
Then the governing board meeting dates.
Yes, the next is governing board meeting dates for 2024, and this is up for discussion. I would like to bring up one date in conflict of conferences that are upcoming, which is April 8th. We do have several conferences that week. We have the CASBO conference in April, the Coast to Coast conference as well, landing on that same day.
Are we suggesting the April 15th in its place?
We are yes, we were looking at April 15th as an alternative date.
15.
I'm okay with that date.
Yeah, I'm sure I can do it. April 15.
Yeah. Fine.
That's tax day.
Yeah.
My taxes. No, I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right, so that's gonna be good for everyone then.
Another date in question is August 12th. That would land on the first day of school. We do have other options, understanding that the first day of school may be a very busy day for many of us. We have an option to move that date to Monday, August 5th or Tuesday, August 13th as an alternative date. Or to keep it on the first day of school.
A different date other than first day of school would be best, in my opinion.
I think so too. What about? Your schedule's tighter. What about you?
I'd agree.
Either one, the 5th or the 13th.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, what about everybody else?
Either, I think fifth would be a little bit better just because.
Yeah, ahead of time. I like the 5th too. What about you?
Yeah, I'm okay with the 5th. I just, I know that there's a lot of things we need to vote on before school starts.
Mhm.
So, I know that there's a need for it to be before the first day of school, so I'm okay with the 5th. And that, our next, September meeting, would that put us at the, is it the 9th? We have Labor Day on the 2nd. I don't know, I had suggested, in talking with, Dr. Lee about it, just, if, it's always nice to see the staff, after school begins, so maybe just for that month, have maybe a second meeting in August, just so that we can begin the school year with the staff and with the students. So if we do the 5th, that maybe we could do, either the 13th or maybe the 19th. I don't know if you guys are okay with that. I just feel like starting the school year without seeing the staff in this, on their seats, and then when the next time we see them, it's September 9th. And then that meeting is going to be a very long meeting. I feel like a lot of our meetings right now are going very long because they are once a month to begin with. So usually that meeting is already a long meeting, so maybe it would be shorter if we had a meeting after school started. Whether it be the 13th or the 19th, I don't have a preference. I just feel like it's weird to start our school year without being, without having a meeting, basically.
Okay.
I know in past years, like school has started on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, but
Mhm.
it's been starting on a Monday, so that does make it a very long day, so it's, but it's good to be there at the beginning of the school year. I feel like it's just a representation of like our school year starting as well. But when we do it on the fifth, you know, everyone is still really on vacation essentially. Or our teaching staff and our classified staff.
Right, they won't be there. I mean, well, some of them will not be there.
Yeah. Just an idea. I mean, we don't have to make us decisions.
It's a discussion now.
Yeah.
We have some time.
Yeah, so.
So you're proposing the 13th or the 19th as far as possible?
The second
The
meeting
second.
is in,
Yeah.
in
Cause that September
August.
meeting is gonna be a long one. The fifth and, I mean, I think it makes more sense to be the 19th instead of the 13th.
Oh, definitely.
Does anyone have a preference for the 13th or the 19th? I'd say the 19th would be better.
Yeah, definitely better than the 13th because they'll, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, cause if we have our meeting on the fifth, the next time we have a board meeting, students will already be in school for 6 weeks.
Yes.
Just to me, it just feels like, I don't know, I'd feel out of touch for me.
No, it does make sense. So I mean, 19th would be ideal. It'll be a week after and everybody's kind of settled in and everything's up and running. So I mean, if we did anything, I don't oppose it being on the 19th. But I do agree, it is a long period, you know, without a meeting. 6 weeks is a little bit long. Rather than the 4 weeks that we typically have meeting between. So something to consider, and I'm open.
What about you, Jason? Your schedule's.
I don't know yet, it's too far out.
Oh.
Are you gonna be
Hard
on
to say.
vacation?
I have to see, like, everything sounds good for now, but I think we have some time to discuss, like you
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
Worst case, can you call for special board meetings to conduct business or no?
We can always
You
call
can,
for an
but for me, like,
additional
just-
meeting.
yeah, for me, special board meetings would be hard to attend. If it's on the calendar, then I can make, I can make arrangements to be there.
Mm.
But if it gets put on like 2 weeks or 3 weeks before, that's when it gets very hard.
Yeah, I know, I think we should talk, I think we have a better idea, like more in like April, May. Which won't be 1 or 2 weeks, it'll probably be like 2-3 months ahead, 3 months minimum.
Okay, so you wanna table it until,
I can just move forward with it
April.
regardless, and then we can just kind of see what happens.
Are we okay with putting it on the calendar and if we see that there is no need for it or,
Right.
you know? okay.
Exactly, there you go.
okay, so a tentative meeting.
Mhm.
Okay.
Next we. Okay, next we have a review of revised board policy, and this would be the first reading. Oh, yes, thank you, Erin. We did have one more date. December 16th falls out of the normal second Monday of the month pattern. It's the third Monday of the month. Ed Code requires that the organizational meeting in a regular election year to be held within the 15-day period that commences with the second Friday in September. And therefore, the meeting for reorganization must take place on December 13th or after. So the second Monday in December is December 9th, and that's too soon. So that bumps us to December 16th. Now, we do have the first interim budget that's due to the county on Monday, December 16th, but it may be submitted right after the board meeting.
Is that a lot of work?
No, it doesn't change anything. It's due typically on the 16th, so it's just being submitted that day. It's fine.
Okay. I'm
How
okay
about
with
this year, or next year?
For next year, 2024.
Yeah, do you say?
Off right now.
He's singing 25 already.
I mean, that date for me is fine.
And
Yes.
fine with them.
Okay. All right, then we're good.
Thank
December
you.
16th.
Right, ready for C? It's a review of revised board policy, and this will be the first reading. The policy listed have been updated to reflect the suggested legal updates by the California School Boards Association.
I'm sorry. What are we looking at now?
And this is under discussion item C.
C, okay, review of revised board policies. First reading, okay. Thank you.
So are we seeing if anyone has anything to discuss about?
Yes.
Oh, I read it over. My turn.
Item.
I think all of them are the CSBA recommended
Mhm.
changes that were on there.
So no withdrawals made.
I don't mind.
So does that bring us to the consent calendar then? All right. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. Let's start this way. Trustee Ahmad, do you have anything to withdraw?
No, I'm good.
All right, trustee Frutos. Yep. Trustee Estrada. Trustee Chu. Right, I don't have anything to withdraw either. All right, so. Then we need to go on to, so do I have a motion to accept?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos, and a second? Second. Thank you, trustee Chong. So all in favor? Aye. Okay, and I'm an aye, so that's 5-0. The consent calendar. And then that brings us to information correspondence. Dr. Lee.
Yes, we have the Williams Settlement Legislation Annual Report, and there were no findings reported for textbooks. Any minor findings for facilities were fixed on the spot as the visit was happening and noted in the report attached.
So that brings us to major topics.
Yes, no changes were made to the major topics for future upcoming board meetings.
Okay. So that brings us to the closed session. Conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District, Russell Harrison, Chief Personnel Officer, Sandra Potey, Chief Financial Officer, and Eric O'Leary, Public Agency Retirement Services. Labor Relations, Buena Park Teachers Association, Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations, California School Employees Association, Chapter 569, Government Conference Code number 54957.6. And Labor Relations, Non-Represented Management and Confidential Contract Employees, Government Code 54957.6. Conference with Dr. Lee, Superintendent, and Russell Harris, Chief Personnel Officer, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, and conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent, and Mike Magbu, Chief Operations Officer, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. Okay, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos, and a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Governing board is called into closed session at 6:41. Reconvene. Do I have a motion to reconvene?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Chung. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Cruces. And all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so the motion passes to reconvene at 7:45. Oh.
Plus
Sorry.
two.
I wish.
We're reconvening at 9:45. Okay, so now reporting out of closed session. Let the record reflect that no action was taken in closed session. So that leads us to adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Fructos, and a second.
Second.
Thank you, trustee Chung. And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye, so the motion passes 5-0. The governing board meeting adjourns at 9:46. Thank you.
Thank you.